Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, kita masisingil, sa lalat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo bangag, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang kailangan. Ang isang ng watawat mo'y nagumpay na nakikinig, ang bituin ng harap niya kailan pang ay magdidilig. Yung palang araw ng maraming pagsita, buhay langit sa likod. Aming ligaya naman may mamagin, ang lahat ay nagdahil sa'yo.
Good morning to every woman, man, and gender diverse person joining us in today's event. Magandang umaga po sa kaguruan ng UP System sa mga campuses nito sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, kasama na ang UP Diliman, UP Los Baños, UP Manila, UP Visayas, UP Open University, UP Mindanao, UP Baguio at UP Cebu. Kasama na rin ang ating mga guests mula sa iba't ibang dako ng mundo. My name is Mo Liangco. I am from UP Los Baños. I'll be your program anchor for the day 1 of the 2022 UP System General Education Conference. As we start the conference, let me first discuss to you some webinar etiquette to ensure an orderly proceeding of our conference. So please mute your microphone when someone is presenting or speaking. This webinar will be recorded and is currently being live streamed on YouTube, and the recordings will be posted in the event website. Please use the chat box for reaction, comments, and meetings. At the end of the plenary session, there will be an open forum where you can engage in the discussion. The link to the evaluation form will be sent towards the end at the end of each conference day. So for you to check how to get the certificate of attendance, please click on the link on the evaluation form. So to formally welcome us all, here is the President of the University of the Philippines, Attorney Danilo Concepcion, for his welcome remarks.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I welcome you all to the UP System General Conference 2022. From your ranks belong the country's most recognized experts, outstanding faculty, and most innovative mentors who nurture and teach our best and brightest students to become the new generations of leaders. I cannot think of any other group capable of taking on a discussion of this magnitude. And given UP's role as a national university, what will be discussed in these next 2 days will serve as a benchmark for other state universities and colleges across the country for years to come. The global higher education sector has been bracing for change since the latter part of the 20th century. These changes have continued to accelerate in the 21st century. The past 3 years of the COVID-19 pandemic alone have demonstrated the truth behind the quote attributed to Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. I quote, "There are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen." Various words have been used to describe the world of our students today. Words like volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, brittle, anxious, nonlinear, incomprehensible. There is even a new term coined in 2019 by the US nonprofit Center for Creative Leadership, the acronym RUPT, meaning rapid for letter R, to describe the quick pace of our overlapping experiences. Unpredictable for letter U, with unexpected developments emerging to challenge our assumptions. Paradoxical for letter P, because it is defying our tendency to believe that complex problems have one right solution. And tangled for letter T, where everything exists in multi-layered ecosystems and interconnect in ways that we can easily overlook. No matter what acronym is used, all the terms apply. On the global scale, we must deal with pandemics and public health crises, climate change and environmental degradation, with wars and geopolitical conflicts, with the fourth industrial revolution and its impact on the labor markets and social cohesion, with the urgency with which our countries must strive to achieve their targets under the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and with that other pandemic, that of disinformation and misinformation that spreads through social media. Global and national forces have triggered a crisis of purpose among universities. We in UP must face this crisis with clear eyes and a clear mind. We have historically taken pride in our so-called Tatak UP. We educate our students to instill in them the ability to think critically and independently, discern and analyze social realities, absorb new skills, adapt to new environments, and to be passionate, lifelong learners. In recent years, we have had to defend our Tatak UP education from attacks from certain sectors that choose to misinterpret its independent and critical nature along ideological lines. If we are to remain true to our Tatak UP, we must continue questioning our course contents, critique our methods and pedagogies, adapt to new realities, and create and innovate new ways of doing, teaching, and learning by fully using all the available technologies. We must ask ourselves, do we teach to prepare our students for jobs in various industries? Or do we prepare them to take on and create future employment? How do we teach them to embrace technology's gifts while navigating its negative impacts? How do we maintain the lines between disciplines when today's challenges call for multidisciplinary approaches and new fields of science, arts, and philosophy that are only now emerging? How do we pass on the timeless Tatak UP values of honor, excellence, commitment to truth and independent thinking, and selfless service to our students, while at the same time supplying them with the practical knowledge they need to become successful cogs in the system? What kind of students do we strive to produce in UP? And how do we best go about this task given the VUCA, BANI, and RUPT world we live in now? As John F. Kennedy once said, change is the law of life. Let us keep this in mind as we dive into this two-day virtual conference to listen to our distinguished speakers and engage in discussions during the 4 plenary and 3 parallel sessions. And suppose we continue to believe in the power and necessity of a liberal education in cultivating a free and whole human being. In that case, we have to be willing to embrace change. Let us be as fearless, critical, and adventurous in exploring new ways of being, as we hope our students will be in shaping their future. I wish you all the patience you will need. Good luck. Maraming salamat po.
And that was President Concepcion's welcome remarks to the conference participants. Thank you very much indeed. And he gives us a framing question for our two-day conference. No, how do we pass on Tatak UP? How do we make it thrive in a rapid, unpredictable, paradoxical, and tangled world? Let us now have an overview of the 2022 UP System GE Conference. Please help me in welcoming Assistant Vice President for Academic Affairs, Alisa Peleo Alampay. Ma'am, good morning po.
Magandang umaga sa lahat. Ngayon I was tasked to give a brief overview of general education through the years, and at the same time make an introduction also to the conference. So the beginning part of this presentation is actually from the UP Diliman OVCAA and Office Office of the Director for Instruction at the time. This was a compilation of GE activities both in the system and in Diliman from 1910 to 2015. I modified it slightly to include the events that happened from 2015 to 2022 for this conference. So just to give you a briefer on, how far we've gone since the beginning of the university. As you can see here, since 1910, there have been some discussions on liberal education in particular, which is really the heart of general education. And in 1958, President Cinco then started the conversation on the general education program to be instituted in the university. By June 21 of 1958, the University Council of the University of the Philippines approved the curriculum of the first 2 years of the basic GE with a total of an astounding 63 units composed of English, Spanish, math, logic, humanities and social science courses, and biology and other physical science courses, and including PI 100. And so that GE program continues. In 1971, the students were all given the option to have 12 units of Filipino and or English at the time. By 1972, we were a system, although the autonomous units were not declared yet. By around 1983, the UP system was decentralized with the 4 autonomous units. And then in Diliman in particular, and I think this is also true for the rest of the other units, there was a new GE program in 1986 that was established with 42 units now, and with the 3 domains that are familiar to many of us. And so the GE program continues to develop from that time. There was in 1995 discussion on a possible review of the 1986 GE program, which started from then Chancellor Posada's term. By 2000, there was now a call from then President Nemenso for the revitalization of the GE program. And by 2001, we now have, in particular in Diliman and also in other units, the new GE framework, which we call the RGEP, or the Revised General Education Program of UP, with 45 units, 15 units of free choice courses. This was the main difference in each of the domains, AH, SSP, and MST. So, and so that continues still. And then by the time that 2011 happens, in particular in Diliman, there was a rethinking of the GE program, and so the hybrid RGEP was established with prescribed courses, a mix of prescribed courses and choice. And then the UP system also, as a response from changes in higher education and also in our K-12 system, releases in 2013 the UP General Education Program proposal, and then started this long conversation among us with the 21, for example, in 2014, the GE conference, and then the mini GE conferences that we had all over the system at the time, hosted by our different CUs. And then the advocates, champions, so-called avocados, and so on, meetings, for which, all of these changes with the common courses happened. And by 2016, we have the approval of the new GE curricula of our 7 CUs. And then by 2017, we have the approval of the Diliman GE curriculum. There have been many committees that are dedicated to assessing, implementing our GE program. Many changes have been done. In particular, that's where the idea of course packs for individualized learning started, which really is the precursor of our COVID course packs. And today we also had the GE conversations in the middle of the pandemic. And then now we're here in our GE conference of 2022. So we've gone a long way, and GE has always been in flux, responding to the changing times. So now let me give you a brief overview of the conference. So as everyone knows, the UP General Education Program aims to provide students with a foundation of study that will broaden their intellectual and cultural horizons, hone critical and creative thinking, develop their passion for learning and scholarship, cultivate a high sense of intellectual and moral integrity, and foster a commitment to nationalism and social justice. For this particular GE conference of 2022, we would like to reflect on new global and national context for GE, including challenges confronting liberal education, and articulate new directions and imperatives for GE in the 21st century. This virtual conference will feature keynote, 4 plenary, and 3 parallel sessions, with 10 panel and 30 individual presentations, for a total of about 60 presentations for the parallel sessions. They will deal on the global perspectives on liberal and general education, the UPGE program, and the Filipino nation, and teaching and learning GE. So these sessions are spread over the 2 days, today and tomorrow. And so we hope that you join us in all of the sessions. And thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. And let's all enjoy our GE conference.
Thank you very much, AVP Peleo Alampay, for the conference overview. Allow me now to introduce the keynote speaker of our conference, Gemino H. Abad, University Professor Emeritus of Literature and Creative Writing at the University of the Philippines. He is a poet, fictionist, literary critic, and historian with various honors and awards. The latest was in July 2022, the National Artist Award for Literature and the Manila Critics Circle National Book Development Board Award for Best Book of Poetry in English, When Bridges Are Down, Mountains Too Far. In 2009, he became the first Filipino to receive Italy's Premio Feronia for his poetry translated into Italian and later published as a bilingual edition, Where No Words Break. The Light in One's Blood, Selected Poems 1973 to 2020, is his 12th poetry collection, and Past Mountain Dreaming, his 9th collection of essays. He has 2 collections of short stories, Orion's Belt, and A Makeshift Sun, Stories and Poems. He is also known for his 4-volume historical anthology of Filipino poetry and a 6-volume historical anthology of Filipino short stories. Professor Emeritus Abad obtained his PhD in English at the University of Chicago in 1970 through a Rockefeller Fellowship, and continues to teach at UP and serve in various committees. Friends, colleagues, our keynote speaker for the 2022 UP System General Education Conference, University Professor Emeritus, National Artist for Literature, Gemino H. Abad. Magandang umaga po, Sir Jimmy.
Thank you very much.
Punta na ako sir ng SC para po sa upload natin po.
I am kind of hard of hearing. Uh, Shall I speak now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Uh, My talk is focused on language. So let me begin. What we call our world is only our human reality. We have no other. Without language, we would be unable to make sense of our world, our reality, our experience of living. We would have no meaning because our thoughts and feelings would have no medium. In fact, in a profound sense, we create our reality. Without language, we would have no memory, no history, no culture, no civilization. What is most important is one's own individual sense for language. The sense for language is the basic poetic sense. By poetic, we mean the original significance of the word poetic, poesis, the Greek word poesis, to make or create. That is why I said we create our own world, our own reality. Without language, we would have no memory, no history, no culture, no civilization. We have no access to the other person's consciousness or sense of his world, his reality, except through what he says or writes. We have no access to all other creatures' sense or consciousness of their environment, their world, their reality. Their world, we can only imagine it. Our consciousness is our own individual psyche, our inner self or spirit, mind and heart. The English word psyche is from Greek psyche, meaning breath, principle of life, soul, or spirit. That is the meaning of the word psyche. Language is our imaginations, our mind's invention. Language and imagination are one. Words are abstract. Words are concepts. We need to imagine what our words express. The word evokes an image. The image lights up its meaning. To think well is to imagine well. Mind and imagination are one. Concepts without intuition are blind. Intuitions without concept are empty, says Immanuel Kant. We are our words, and all our words speak true. A rose is a rose is a rose. A carabao is a carabao, not a horse is a carabao. Our word's nature is truth saying. Our own nature is truth seeking. Only the liar abuses, wastes language, deceives himself and others as well, and debases, corrupts his own nature. The word human is from Latin humble, lowly, humilis, humble, lowly. The latest evolved humanoid or human being is called Homo sapiens. Sapiens is from Latin sapiens, word, wise. This is to say that we believe in faith that the human being, that humanity, as humanity evolves, we would have a deeper and deeper consciousness or sense of what is right, what is true, what is real, what is right, what is just. That word consciousness is akin to the word conscience, both from Latin word scire, to know, which also gives the English word science, science, theory, to know. All our words, all languages converse, play with one another, intermarry, which is why we have translation from Latin transferi, translative, to carry or ferry across. When we translate from one language to another, we ferry or carry across the void of meaninglessness between the two languages and meaningfulness which both languages are shaping, creating, speaking. All our words cry out for more light. We never cease to wonder and inquire. When we have no more questions, the quest for what is real, what is true, what is right, what is just, ceases or stalls. Any text or word weave is a bearer of meaning. Tagalog, saysay, significance. But at times, what has been wrought or shaped from words and words has an ineffable depth of meaning, meaningfulness. Tagalog, diwa, spirit, soul, which bears the writer's intuition or insight. That insight or inscape of the writer's subject or theme, what he's speaking or writing about, is a luminance of thought no concept expresses, a radiance of feeling no thought apprehends. Whatever one writes is not so much written in as shaped or wrought from a given language. The text or word weave is constituted by language and imagination working in concert. The imagination makes real to the mind what the mind abstracts from consciousness or sense of what is real, what is true, what is right, what is just. So in the text or word weave, through all the words interplay, one's subject or theme, one's own mind or heart's burden is shaped and comes alive. The reader of the text need only to be skeptical. Skeptical, from the Greek word skeptikos, thoughtful, skeptistai, to look, to consider. The text reader need only reflect, introspect, go inside himself, inside his consciousness, discern. He need only listen quietly to his own spirit, where the word is our way, our truth, our life. Thus, as one reads and interprets, one is also read. One's own consciousness comes alight. The writer, as artist, is a shaper of language. Over time, he discovers his own style, his own way with language. Style, Albert Camus defines, style is the simultaneous existence of reality and the mind that gives reality its form. The writer works with language as the farmer tills the soil, his crop. He finds his own path through the lexical wilderness of language and makes his own clearing there. The ground of language which he shapes is his people's culture through their history. Himself shaped by a given language from birth and by other languages in his education, one is spoken for, but one may also, in his own time, as he matures and evolves, as his own consciousness evolves, he can speak back and clarify, even modify a given outlook or understanding. Any language, then, Tagalog, English, as it has evolved, given an adequate mastery of it, can shape one's sense of country. Our literature, brought from, rather than written in, whatever language is our people's memory. A country is only as strong as her people's memory, imagination's heartland. One's country, like nation, an abstraction, is what one's own imagination owes allegiance to. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Jimmy, for your speech, and thank you for reminding us of the powers of language and imagination in creating possible worlds where that is founded on truth and justice. At this point, we will now award the Certificate of Appreciation to our keynote speaker. Can I request Ma'am Cynthia and Ma'am Amor to also turn on their videos, their cameras for the awarding of the certificate. Allow me now to read to you the certificate. University of the Philippines Office of the Vice President for Academic Affairs Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to national artist Hemino Abad in grateful recognition of his invaluable contribution as keynote speaker for the UP System General Education Conference, given this 3rd of October 2022 via Zoom, signed Maria Cynthia Rose B. Bautista, Vice President for Academic Affairs, University of the Philippines, and Evangeline C. Amor, Convener Organizing Committee for the 2022 GE Conference. Muli po, maraming salamat, National Artist Hemino Abad. At this point, there
Pero
are
medyo ano na yung baral ko.
now 323 of us here at Zoom, and we will now begin our plenary session for day 1 of the conference. And this will discuss the national and global context. And our moderator for the session is our very own Assistant Vice President for Academic Affairs on Curriculum and Instructions, the convener of the 2022 UP System GE Conference, Evangeline Amor. AVP Amor, please.
Thank you, Doc Mo. Maraming salamat. Okay. So muli, good morning and a pleasant Monday to everyone. Welcome to the first plenary session of the 2022 System G Conference that looks at the national and global context of general education. Let me begin by introducing our distinguished panelists. Dr. Joel Cuello is a professor of Biosystems Engineering, director of the Biosystems Engineering or Bioimagineering Laboratory, and Director of Graduate Studies for Interdisciplinary Applied Biosciences, Bioeconomy, and New Food Systems at the University of Arizona in Tucson, Arizona, USA. He is also Vice Chair of the International Association for Vertical Farming based in Munich, Germany. A globally recognized expert in the engineering of sustainable biological and agricultural systems, Professor Cuello has 33 years of experience in research, teaching, and outreach on innovations in controlled environment agriculture for the sustainable production of food and high-value bioproducts, including for bioregenerative space life support applications. He earned his PhD in agricultural and biological engineering with minor in chemical engineering from the Pennsylvania State University, where he also earned 2 master's degrees in agricultural and biological engineering and plant physiology. He obtained his BS in agricultural engineering cum laude from the University of the Philippines at Los Baños. He is a lifetime visiting professor at Zhejiang University in Hangzhou, China, and a faculty fellow at De La Salle University and Ateneo de Manila University in the Philippines. Our second plenary speaker will be Dr. Fidel Nemenzo, who is a professor of mathematics and chancellor of UP Diliman. He was a member of the UP System G Council and headed the Science and Society program of the UPD College of Science. He also served as convener of the Data Science for Public Policy program of UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies. Dr. Nemenzo sits in the governing board of the National Research Council of the Philippines as chair of its Division of Mathematical Sciences. Then our third plenary speaker will be Marie-Therese A.P. Bustos, who is a professor of special education at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She is the system director of the Ugnayan ng Pahinungod, the volunteer program of the UP, and also serves as the convener of the Assessment, Curriculum, and Technology Research Program at the UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies. She is a member of the technical panel on teacher education under the Commission on Higher Education and chairs the Technical Committee on Special Education. Friends, colleagues, and guests, let us please welcome now Professor Joel Cuello.
Thank you very much, ABP Amor. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So thank you. My presentation should be less than 20 minutes, but in case that I exceed that time limit, please give me a heads up. So I'm going to talk about what I refer to as the unified theory of general education, from learning integration to critical thinking to knowledge-based value creation to building innovation ecosystems. So these are ideas that I want to convey to you to provoke you to think about general education perhaps in a new way, so that general education could be designed to be more responsive to the disruptions that we have been experiencing in the global scale in the last few years, and which I am sure going forward we will continue to be experiencing. So this century, I'm sure you will agree with me, is a century of disruption. First of all, we have a growing population. Currently, by the way, by the end of November, our global population will have reached 8 billion people. And by the middle of the century, that's going to be going up to 9.7 billion. So that would be like adding another Africa and another Europe to our planet in terms of human population. And of course, that would mean that we will need more food. And the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization has projected that to meet the demand for food by the middle of the century, we need to increase our food production by 70%. And in terms of crop production, we have to double it in the next 28 years. But that's a tall challenge because already food production and the food supply chain already is responsible for 70% of all freshwater withdrawals. And it's already using up about half of all habitable lands on the planet. And it's consuming about 30% of all energy expenditures per year. So if we're going to double our crop production or increase our food production by 70% in the next 28 years, there's a big question in terms of where we're going to source all of those fundamental inputs to food production, such as water, land, and nutrients. And then on top of that, we have a changing climate. And I'm sure if you go to the news, watch the news or listen to the news, you will hear about all of these climatic disruptions that are going on globally. And then of course, we have the pandemic as well. And now, unfortunately, there's also the ongoing war between Russia and the Ukraine, which has in no small measure really disrupted the food supply chain worldwide. So this is the context that we are operating in today globally. And so the question then is, how can we design our general education program? And I'm talking about in general, of course, not just for UP, but in general worldwide. How could the general education program be designed and be modified and be improved so that our students become more equipped to respond to all of these disruptions that we are now facing and which we will continue to face in the coming years? So that's the big question. And of course, at the heart of general education is liberal education. And so we have to first define what liberal education is. And before I answer that question, I want to rephrase this or reframe this question. And that is, who are your archetypes for liberal education? So whenever you think of liberal education, who are the prototypical figures or archetypal figures that come to your mind? Is it, for instance, Virginia Woolf, the British writer from the 20th century, who was quite innovative in her writing, and she pioneered the stream of consciousness literary device? Or is it Leo Tolstoy, who's considered to be one of the greatest writers of all time? He wrote historical novels, from War and Peace to Anna Karenina. Or is it Jose Rizal? And of course, he does not need any introduction. Or is it Dado Banatao? He's a Filipino who made it big in Silicon Valley. He's an engineer and he invented an innovative component of a chip. And so that's how he prospered. Or is it Bill Gates? He doesn't need an introduction. Or is it Elon Musk? Or is your archetype Mahatma Gandhi? Or is it Fidel Ramos? Or is it the US Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi? Or perhaps it's Marie Curie? or Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier. They won the Nobel Prize about 2 years ago because they're co-inventors of CRISPR, which is a gene editing device. Or is it the Philippines' Luli Cruz, who is a national scientist? So all of these are valid archetypes, of course, for general education. And of course, I group them according to their field of expertise. So these three are in literature. These three gentlemen are in business and industry. These three belong to government and politics. And these four women belong to science and technology. And of course, there are other areas that I'm missing here, which are, of course, perfectly relevant for the general education program. But I think you get the gist of what I'm trying to say. So what is liberal education? So the definition that I adopted for the sake of this presentation is the one that's developed by the Association of American Colleges and Universities. If you haven't heard of AACNU, it's the American Association of Colleges and Universities, which is a global membership organization. It's not limited to American colleges and universities. And it's dedicated to advancing the vitality and the democratic purpose of undergraduate liberal education. So here's how the organization defines liberal education, and that is an approach to undergraduate education that promotes integration of learning. Those are the operative words: integration of learning across the curriculum and co-curriculum and between academic and experiential learning in order to develop specific learning outcomes that are essential for work, citizenship, and life. So what are these learning outcomes? Well, in general, these learning outcomes are knowledge and skills gained from the liberal education, providing a framework to guide students' cumulative progress. So these are all good, and they get more specific in terms of what this knowledge and skills are, which constitute the learning outcomes of this integrative learning through liberal education. So these are some of the knowledge and skills that they cited. One is critical thinking or higher thinking, which of course is a very important and indispensable skill to learn by a productive citizen. Making best practical decision, arriving at most complete self pertaining to life and work, and civic engagement and participation. However, this leaves a big question mark for me just the same, because again, we are in this century of disruption. And if you look at these knowledge and skills that have been enumerated, the question is, are they enough for today's young people and college students and professionals to be able to adapt to this century of disruption? Or do they need an additional particular skill, again, to be able to come up with effective adaptation mechanisms to the disruptive world that we're living in today? And I say yes. So all of these outcomes here, knowledge and skills, were from the Association of American Colleges and Universities. And now I'm going to present to you my own idea. And that additional knowledge or skill that I'm going for is called value creation. So value creation is another term for innovation. So I'm sure you've been hearing a lot about the word innovation, but really the definition of innovation is value creation. And so if you examine again these famous archetypes of liberal education, you'll realize that each one of them really is a value creator. In the field of literature, in the field of business and industry, each one of them is a value creator. Likewise, in government and politics, each one of this figure here was a value creator. Nancy is a value creator. And these scientists also were and are value creators as well. So I am proposing here that general education needs to have a larger view, a bigger view toward value creation. And so I refer to this as the unified theory of general education, but in reality, it's more accurate to refer to it as the unified framework for general education. But unified theory is a more lofty term. sexier, if you will. So I refer to it as the unified theory of general education. So this theory starts, of course, with knowledge assimilation. That's where everything begins. Everybody needs to acquire knowledge. And the second step is knowledge creation. So once you have assimilated knowledge, that could lead to, and that should lead to knowledge creation. And that one is arrived at, of course, through critical thinking, knowledge integration, as well as research. And the next step after that is, knowledge-based value creation or innovation, which also is arrived at through critical thinking, knowledge integration, and research. But it is actually using the created knowledge to arrive at a created value or innovation. And then that will culminate ultimately in innovation ecosystem building, which also involves critical thinking, knowledge integration, and research. So this is the unified framework within which or for which general education really serves. So just to make this more practical, I just want to point out here that this theory here or this framework applies to all the disciplines, be it science and technology, the social sciences, political science, business and industry, arts and entertainment. And in a lot of cases, as you ascend these steps from knowledge assimilation all the way to innovation ecosystem building, it actually requires the integration of the contributions of each one of these knowledge areas. So it requires convergence of science and technology, social science, political science, business and industry, and so on and so forth. So just to give one example, in the field of science and technology and business and industry, of course, the innovation ecosystem built here is Silicon Valley, which is the prototype, or I would say the archetype of all science and technology innovation ecosystems. And again, that is brought about through knowledge assimilation, knowledge creation, knowledge-based value creation, and then ultimately the blossoming or the expansion or the creation of that innovation ecosystem. And of course, this is a pretty complex structure or construct because it requires cooperation between the government, the private sector, the universities. Those are the major actors that come together to build this innovation ecosystem. But if in general education, the students have this view that their knowledge assimilation is for knowledge creation, and it's for value creation, and it's for the building of an innovation ecosystem, then I think it creates and instills within them a mission of service. And I would argue here that the best service one could render is value creation. And I know that with UP being a national university, it's trying to imbue as well a sense of nationalism among its students. And really, in part, to be nationalistic today is to be able to create value. And that's not just in science and technology, in business and industry, but also in governance, in economics, in the social sphere, and so on and so forth, even in the literary sphere. So regardless of the sphere that you're operating within, you can be a value creator and you can provide value. And through that, fulfill your service. There is also in arts and entertainment, and I think the best example that I could provide here is the Korean wave. South Korea really embarked in this development of its innovation ecosystem in arts and entertainment. And now they have succeeded in terms of popular music, in terms of Korean drama, in terms of other fields of entertainment. And I think that's something that is quite exemplary and could be emulated as well. And one other example I'd like to give is in the field of social sciences is what I have observed to have happened in Leyte, where there's a lot of MPA or former MPA soldiers or rebels But then the government was able to entice them to come back to the fold of the government. And in exchange, they provided them with technical training on how to grow high value crops. And then they connected them to the market, provided them with some investment and so on and so forth, and really trained them to organize themselves, not just as individual growers or producers, but as a farmers association. So they have the economy of scale to be able to produce and to be able to fulfill the contract that is given to them by a business. And now in Leyte, there's over 200 of such farmers associations. And I really consider that to be a success, as well as a pattern for other provinces in the Philippines in terms of developing pretty much an innovation ecosystem in the field of agriculture. Okay, so again, this is the unified theory or framework for general education that I would like to contribute to you, really just to provoke you to think about how general education can be reframed or how it can best be reframed so that the students could really benefit in terms of equipping them with being value creators to be able to respond effectively to all of these disruptive forces that we are experiencing globally today and which we will continue to experience in the coming years, this century. So that is my presentation. And of course, I look forward to the discussion portion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Coelho, for sharing your idea on the unified theory of general education, which is adding values creation to the knowledge and skills in the design of our GE program. So this will allow students able to adapt to the ever-changing times in whatever field that they choose. So thank you so much. So for questions, just like to remind our participants that you can place or put in your questions at slido.com. And just input the event number 3223000. So the link to this is also posted in the chat box. So we'll have our Q&A portion, our open forum, after the presentation of our panelists. Okay, so we now welcome Chancellor Dr. Fidel Nemenzo for his talk.
Salamat, Vanji. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Good morning. Recently, we declared our UP Diliman campus open after more than 2.5 years of lockdowns and stringent public health measures. Many students have emerged from their online class sessions to begin a new blended learning environment and discover a greener, revitalized campus. The virus had turned the world upside down. It has pushed us out of comfort zones and that upended our ways of living. At the global level, the pandemic broke supply chains and damaged economies. It disrupted travel, transformed lives and relationships, our modes of work. It is clear that the pandemic has plunged us into an existential crisis, compelling us to ask existential questions. What jobs are important? How should we define success? How do we relate to each other in this world, which is connected by technology, but with people feeling more disconnected than ever? In schools and universities, we need to radically change our ways of teaching and learning, how we do research and extension work. The pandemic has compelled us, without templates or guides, to review our ways and adapt to change, to transition into the new normal. Actually, the new normal is the result not only of the pandemic, but of profound changes in the world in recent decades, which challenge us to rethink education and our institutions. What the COVID pandemic has done is merely to catalyze the long overdue transformation of education in this new normal. With new political arrangements, new technologies, and ease of travel, we saw the breakdown of national barriers, the emergence of regional economies, the rise of globalization, and thus the need for new platforms of collaboration and cooperation among higher education institutions, the rise of qualification frameworks within regions. I'm not a fan of this word VUCA, but this is what we use to refer to this volatile, uncertain, and complex environment we live in. The world during the pandemic is certainly a VUCA world, or RUPT, as mentioned by President Danicon, rapid, unpredictable, paradoxical, and tangled. But these are not new words. No? These have been used to describe the modern world under the Fourth Industrial Revolution, or what I will call FIRE, which is brought about by the rapid development and convergence of new technologies such as artificial intelligence and robots, the Internet of Things, cloud and quantum computing, drones, 3D printing, etc. FIRE is transforming the world at a level and pace we've never seen before. It is changing the way we learn and work, the ways we love and relate to each other, the ways we create and consume. It has introduced new modes of delivery and access to services. Just think of online commerce and the gig economy, the decline of brick and mortar businesses, which were unable to adapt to the new technologies and the changes in consumer behavior. The technologies that fuel FIRE are disruptive because these are transforming jobs, transforming business models, industrial structures, systems of governance, and social interactions. Surely, as a university, we need to produce graduates with the skills to innovate and understand these technologies. Like the COVID-19 pandemic, the world of FIRE, or the Fourth Industrial Revolution, is a complex problem impacting on society, the economy, politics, and the environment. The goal of the university is not only to provide our students with the training that will help them get jobs. Our job is to educate them so that they can make sense of and thrive in this world. Our graduates need to integrate skills, knowledge, and insights across different disciplines. How they will adapt to this world, in a sense, will provide them a template for addressing the challenges and disruptions of the future. Conventional wisdom about 21st century skills holds that our students need more training in STEM, or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Because in our technology-driven world, it is STEM that they say will land you in the most important jobs in business, in industry, and government. We hear how important it is to graduate more students majoring in STEM in order to meet the growing demand for STEM professionals in the job market and bridge the so-called digital skills gap. I recently read something about Google. Its founders, Sergey Brin and Larry Page, who both studied computer science and mathematics at Stanford, originally set up their company with computer science students from elite universities. But in 2013, the company Google decided to review its hiring policies by looking at its internal personal data since 1998. No? Nakakagulat ang nanap nila. What they found out was that among the most important qualities of the company's top employees, yung expertise in STEM actually came last. No? More important than technical know-how for success in Google's workplace were the soft skills, communication and listening well, being a good mentor and coach, collaboration, possessing and processing insights, including different values and those different points of view, empathy and showing support for workmates, critical thinking and problem solving, and finding connections across complex ideas. So surely STEM skills are important to the world we live in today. They are crucial to solving our most urgent problems, such as climate change, growing inequality, population growth, rapid urbanization, environmental degradation, energy, false news, disinformation, etc. But technology alone is not enough. We need students who understand the human, social, and cultural context of technology. I was recently looking at the 2022 Times Higher Education World University Rankings for the field of arts and humanities. And curiously, we find at the top of the rankings 2 universities known for leadership in STEM education: Stanford University and MIT, or the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Allow me to quote an MIT dean. Ang sabi niya, "The insights of science and engineering are, of course, crucial to addressing many of the world's most urgent problems. But these fields operate within human societies and can serve the world best when informed by the cultural, social, political, spatial, and economic complexities of human existence, beliefs, and ways of inhabiting the earth," unquote. There are many studies that warn that majority of children entering school today will end up in completely new job types, some of which still do not exist, such as smart home designers, work from home facilitators, well-being directors, distraction prevention coaches, and algorithm bias detectors. The jobs of the future are the ones that machines can't do. And these jobs will rely on creativity, social interaction, empathy, collaboration. We need graduates who will thrive in this rapidly changing environment. We need graduates across the disciplines who will design and find solutions to our most pressing problems. We need graduates with a strong sense of justice, who will understand our culture and history, who will commit themselves to building our nation. To sum up, we do not need to remind people that computers and digital literacy are important. We need to remind them that in addition to computers, it is important to read literature and understand the human condition. It is important to know history, to know about basic science, to know how to look at evidence and discern, to know how to argue and communicate in this world of rapid changes, social media, disinformation, and false news. Recently, and because of these recent pronouncements to reduce our general education program, we have to say, and we need more than ever to strengthen our GE program. Our GE program is the embodiment of our university's tradition of liberal education, which aims to provide their students with a broad perspective that would enable them outside their fields of specialization to engage with issues and realities of their own times as citizens with moral and intellectual integrity. Globalization, disruptions such as the COVID-19 pandemic, and the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution have created a fiercely competitive environment for our graduates. The central feature of this environment and of this century is the dizzying pace of changes that we see not only in science and technology, but also in cultures and modes of living. A college diploma is no longer sufficient to spare a college graduate from the threat of redundancy, because knowledge learned in the university may be obsolete in a few years. In fact, one stockpile of knowledge today may lose its relevance tomorrow. Universities cannot provide complete preparation for the professions because there's no such thing as complete preparation. Most of the knowledge and skills needed for a job are learned on the job. The university should instead provide students with the necessary foundations to sharpen their imaginative and critical faculties that will enable them to deal with complexity and change, as well as to learn continuously, adapt to, and survive in this fast-changing world. Universities need to provide students the necessary cultural and ethical moorings in this age of globalization, disruptions, and fire. Students need to step out of their silos of specialization and appreciate the power of multi and cross-disciplinary perspectives to explain this world and find solutions to these problems. Okay, this is my main message. This is the kind of education that the liberal arts or our general education programs provide. Now, I argue that more than ever, the liberal arts alongside the fields of specialization are important for preparing our students for this brave new world. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Fidel Nemenzo, for that very insightful presentation. We now move on to our third plenary speaker, Dr. Therese Bustos.
All right. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I'll be sharing some slides. And hopefully, my internet connection will just be as strong till the end of this talk. Thank you. So, well, this very short talk just talks about the value of general education in a VUCA world. So in a volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, and sometimes they add a diverse world. And I choose to answer this particular question by looking at what students have been doing regarding GE. And there's one that was passed this year, in February this year, where the General Assembly of Student Councils decided that they would campaign and demand for the establishment of a Filipino Sign Language GE course in the entire UP system. And so it's not very often that you have students really pushing for a GE course to be delivered by the UP system. And so what I did was to look at the preamble. So what were they fighting for? Why was there a need for this resolution? And so they started that there's a need for this particular course, the FSL course. By the way, so there's an RA, that's 11106, that's the Filipino Sign Language Law, which says that it will be used throughout domains of deaf life, including education. And that particular law has had major problems in its implementation. And so the student councils, they decided that maybe we can advocate for the cause of the deaf community. And so they were seeing education as a right, as a tool for emancipation. And they saw that education should be inclusive. And for us to be able to push for all of these ideas that we have about education, that a GE course, that a general education course be offered in the universities for us to be able to achieve this, especially in relation to a marginalized people, which is the deaf community. Now, and so when I look at GE, I look at it as building the foundations really for our students as they work towards inclusive development. So we sow the seeds of inclusion in general education. And I think the students also see the value of GE by pushing for, if you want to bring change as big as really pushing for the FSO law, then it has to take a GE course to do that. And not just limited to the University of the Philippines, not just limited to UP system, but also to other universities. So let me move on. I guess you're very familiar with Delors already, the Delors Commission, who talked about the 4 pillars of learning. So in the university, we go to the university to learn, to know, not just knowledge per se, but to know the instruments of knowledge. And we learn to demonstrate what we know. However, I'd like to focus on the 3rd and the 4th pillars, which would be learning to live together and learning to be. The GE courses do focus on these 2 pillars, the discovery of others to the different discussions that we have in our GE courses. Our students discover others and are able now to share purposes with those others. Not only that, but they do learn what it means to be human. And so, in connection with this, GE, as I've said earlier, does lay the foundation and creates opportunities for our students to start building character and values that we that are honored in our society: human dignity, social justice, love of country, and commitment to service. So let me talk about the Ugnayan ng Pahinungod. The Ugnayan ng Pahinungod is our volunteer service program at the University of the Philippines. And its intention is really to make UP a caring academic community that is empowered to, not just empowered, committed to empower people, serve communities, marginalized communities through volunteerism.
She's frozen.
Yeah. Let's Dr. Reese, maybe you can turn off your video so that it will not consume too much. Or maybe she's dropped. Let's just give her a few minutes. She dropped. Okay, let's just wait a few minutes for Dr. Bustos to come in again into the room. In the meantime, just a reminder to our participants that you can post questions through Slido. Again, just log in or just put in slido.com and put in the event number 3223000. So we've already received some questions here. You can also click on the link posted on the chat box. Okay. I think Dr. Bustos is in already. Ma'am Therese, maybe you can turn off your video na
All
lang.
right.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Okay, so I'll continue sharing the slides, and my apologies.
Okay
The
po, ma'am.
connection has been very bad.
Okay,
so
ma'am.
I was-
Thanks po.
Yeah, so I was talking about the 3 volunteers, the Kurong Pahinungod volunteers. One from UP Los Baños and 2 from UP Visayas. And so they are now teaching senior high school courses in a high school in South UP, Maguindanao, in BARM. So all 3 of them represent the 3 domains teaching senior high school courses. And so they've been assigned to this particular area on top of a mountain, working with Duray communities. And so I asked them, how important is GE to you? You know, as a graduate, as a volunteer, trying to serve the nation now by ensuring that learners, wherever they are, regardless of their ethnicity, have access to education. How important is GE to you? And so here were their thoughts. They said, lumawak po ang pangunawa ko sa mundo dahil sa GE. And because of GE, it encouraged me to incorporate interdisciplinary perspectives in my lessons. So yes, they specialized in bio, like for Tim, for Anyag, she specialized in literature. For Hinzi, he specialized in social sciences. But they were saying that because of GE, they were able to pull together the different learnings that they've had from the different courses. And it was GE that enabled them to traverse that interdisciplinary field. No? And then they were saying that it was in the GE courses where they stood what
Okay, so while may I just check? I just check if Dr. Therese is here.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, sige
I'm
ma'am. So
ito
ma'am,
na, pasensya na po talaga.
okay ma'am, sige ma'am.
Malapit nang matapos. Well, anyway, so the GE program says that it would develop leadership. And from our experience in Gurong Pahinungod, yes, the GE program has just produced that. Through the GE program, our students learned what interdisciplinary practice means. And they've learned to be learner-centered. And so the GE program does embody and strengthens the 4 pillars of learning. That of learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, and learning to be. And so the GE program, this is the last slide, it serves as the foundation for the public service roles that our graduates assume. Thank you very much for your patience. Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Therese, for sharing the the evidence of the 4 pillars of learning in the programs that the Pahinungod program is undertaking. Okay, so I'm sure we're all now excited to engage in the discussion in our open forum. We thank our plenary speakers, Dr. Joel Coelho, Professor Joel Coelho, Professor Fidel Nemenso, and Professor Therese Bustos for their presentations. So again, we invite our participants to put in their questions in slido.com. You can scan the QR code on the slide presented. You can also click the link that is posted on the chat box. So we have the first question here on Slido, and I'd like to pose this question to Professor Coelho.
Sure.
From Erwin Rafael, value creation as a general framework may make education beholden to the forces of the market, which overwhelmingly influences what is considered valuable. And so what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, well, thank you for asking that question because it's an important point for clarification. So value in value creation simply means benefit. And it's a general framework. So the value there does not necessarily mean monetary value or economic value. That value could also be cultural value. That could be social value. That could be any other type of value. So it's not limited to economic value. So depending on what field you're in, for instance, if you're in the social sciences and you're dealing with how to build communities, then that value that you design is meant for building communities. It's not necessarily building computers, for instance. I hope that helps.
Yeah, so there's a follow-up question to that one. So in view of the
Mhm.
concept of value creation, how can we then deal with the reality that certain groups have the power to establish what is valuable in society?
Okay, so in a democratic society,
Jay sa
it's really,
abay, ti isu,
I'm
baka
sorry,
Jay.
sorry. Okay, please go ahead.
all right. So in a democratic society, really, who determines value is the people. You know, even for instance, in a monetary sense or economic sense, if I produce a product, it's the people who will vote on whether they desire or they want my product or not. So what determines the value really is the value that the people attaches to what I offer them. So ultimately, really, the value lies with the citizens.
Yeah, okay. So let me connect that one to the one that Professor Nemenzo shared earlier, that we have to strengthen our GE program, no, in order to, you know, therefore for these people, in order to make decisions on what value is. So Chancellor Nemenzo, what do you think? How should we therefore integrate, no, or strengthen our G program so that this comes into play in our G program? Sorry, can you, Dr. Fidel, Dr. Nemenzo, can you hear me? Okay. All right, so maybe okay, let me just, okay, maybe he dropped also. So let me ask sorry, Professor Coelho again. No? So this
Sure.
time, the application of your unified theory of general education, or the framework. So there's a question from Glessy Atienza. Where do we integrate the use of the arts and creativity in this framework?
All right. So again, value creation lies within your province of expertise. So if you're in the arts and the humanities, you create your own value. And of course, that's where you integrate your literary expertise and your artistic temperament and so on and so forth. If you're on the technical side, then value is defined a little bit differently, because that's where you incorporate your technical expertise and know-how and so on and so forth. But both are in essence, very similar in that you are creating value. It's just that there are different kinds of value. One is a social value, literary value. The other one is a physical or scientific value. And even I would argue that even in the physical, the technical, the scientific, you can also incorporate in there arts and literature in terms of design. You know, the Apple guy, what's his name? Steve Jobs. He's well known for incorporating his appreciation for the arts and for for literature and culture, incorporating them in his the design of his products. So there's a lot of cross-fertilization, cross-pollination that can take place, and that should take place.
Okay, so sorry to put the spotlight on you, but we have interesting questions here, and I'd like to just, you know, connect the other questions to that framework. No, so from Marian Lat, he admires the value creation, but where do we locate virtue creation? And I suppose that connects with the things that Dr. Nemenzo said earlier. So where do we locate virtue creation in that ecosystem building?
That is quite simple, because virtue is a form of value. So again, it depends on you how you define value, depending on which field you're in. So if you're after promoting or fostering virtue, that becomes your value. And so then you create ways by which you could foster virtue in whatever context you're thinking of.
Okay, thank you, Professor Coelho. Let me now shift to Dr. Therese. Dr. Therese, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you shared about the four
I will not on my
Yeah. There's a certain lag, but I hope you can hear me all right. So Dr. Bustos shared the four pillars of learning, no? To know, to do, to live together, and to be. And demonstrated this in the Pahinungod program, where students were able to share their experience and the holistic nature of their GE education. They were able to experience this in the Pahinungod program. So Dr. Therese, there's a question here about the GE courses from Monica Santos, actually. What are your thoughts on former UP President Alfredo Pascual suggesting that GE courses be taught only in K to 12? So how can we progress the four pillars of learning, I suppose, in our GE education from the basic ed to the tertiary, and then contrast that with the opinion of a former President Pascual to just place all the GE courses in the basic education? I think we lost Dr. Bustos. We did. Okay, and
I'm
I
still
think,
here. Sorry, ma'am.
okay, ma'am, go ahead, please, ma'am. Did you hear the
All
question?
right. Yes, 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 I
Yeah,
did.
please. Okay,
So
ma'am, please go ahead.
okay. GE has its place in tertiary education. You know, because we're not just focusing on the amount of time that it takes. And so there were suggestions to move it from tertiary education to basic ed. But you need to consider also, in so doing, the resources that are available to basic education to be able to cover all of those GE courses effectively, efficiently. Right now, given the Pahinungod experience, DepEd lacks teachers in senior high school to teach those GE courses that we expect grades 11 and 12 to deliver. We do this country, nation.
Dr. Reese, we're losing you. Yeah, may I suggest perhaps, okay, she dropped. All right, but we'll just send her a message that maybe she can input in the chat, no, the responses to the question. Okay, so Prof. Coelho. Oh,
Did
wait.
we lose Dr. Nemenzo as well?
Yeah, we did lose.
All
Oh,
right.
he's here now.
Okay, good.
Prof. Nemenzo, are you here?
Yes, yes, I can see him.
Can you hear me? Let me just check if yeah, maybe you just turn off your video, so if a connection is a problem. Dr. Nemenzo?
Vanchi, hi.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So were you able to catch the question earlier?
Vanchi, nawala ako sa...
Yeah, oo.
Oh.
Okay, let me just, can you hear me all right now? So can I ask the question earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm trying to connect the unified theory of general education that Professor Coelho shared with the one that you were saying about strengthening our GE program. And you mentioned about, actually you mentioned about strengthening it, for example, through our cultural and ethical moving. So I'm trying to connect the two, and therefore, what do you think? How can we therefore design? Oh, he dropped again. Okay. So, all right. Apologies. for
Okay.
this technical. Yeah, please, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, can I comment on that, please? Yeah.
Please go
So
ahead.
again, the unified theory for general education, or the unified framework for general education, really is general, and it does not exclude any of the areas in general education. So if you are in the science field, of course, you're focused on the science field, but you can also integrate into it elements of, the other sciences like social sciences, economics, business, and so on and so forth. Or if you are in the literature field, of course, your focus is in the literary field, and you can also integrate into it various elements from the other fields. So they're not incompatible with the disciplines. And this framework applies to every one of the discipline, either acting alone or in a convergence with other fields as well.
Yeah, I guess the challenge is, I think we have to have something that is, a common concept of what is valuable for all, right? So we're trying to maybe how can we possibly, have that baseline of what is commonly valuable to all. Because it's true
Right.
that people define what is valuable, but how can we have this baseline for what is valuable to
Yes,
all?
yes. And I think, of course, the UP community will have to deliberate on that.
Right.
But I think that there is consensus that one of the values, or some of the values for the general education program, is what, the three of us have enumerated, and that is higher thinking or critical thinking, being able to make practical decisions, to be able to engage in civic involvements, and so on and so forth. In other words, to be a productive person and a productive member of society. But it's just that I'm trying to make it more explicit that in terms of just personal fulfillment and being able to be engaged in society, there is also a need, given the disruptions that we're all experiencing today globally, that every citizen must be able to create value as well, to be able to respond to the needs brought on or intensified by all of these disruptions that we are experiencing. And again, by value, it's not necessarily the monetary value, but it's value in terms of the scientific value, or whether it's social value or cultural value. And just note that in every value, there's a monetization attached to that. So I'm not focused on the monetization. That's a decision that is made by people. But the value itself, the inherent value it could be cultural, it could be social, it could be community, it could be national, it could be technical, it could be scientific, it could be literary.
Okay, so maybe at this point, I'd like to take on the suggestion of Dr. Pat Arinto in the chat box. Maybe you can briefly describe the GE program that you have in the University of Arizona and its value for the agricultural and biosystems engineering, and the work that you do at the Global Initiative for Strategic Agriculture in Drylands.
Yes, I think there's a lot of similarity between the general education program here at the University of Arizona and that at the University of the Philippines system. So students here are required to take basic chemistry, physics, mathematics, that's all the natural sciences. And then there's a language requirement as well, whether it's English or Spanish or foreign language. There's also a few units relating to the social sciences, culture, and there are some electives as well where the students have the freedom to choose what particular courses, general education courses they would like to take. There are courses on society, courses on history, and so on and so forth. So it's pretty much the same mix.
Okay. But yeah, thank you, Professor Coelho. But how do you see this how do you see fields interacting?
All right.
Yeah, interacting in this
Okay.
framework.
Right. So, okay, let me just share quickly my personal experience because I'm a product of UP and I took all of those general education classes that were prescribed when I was an undergrad. I have to say that they really benefited me in the sense that they provided me the starting point for lifelong learning or education. And this is true not only, of course, in science and mathematics, which really are the foundation for my major because I'm in engineering. And so that's a natural for me. But even in the social sciences, in the humanities, they became the foundation stone for me to embark or to engage in continuous learning, even in those areas. Because even now on my own, I do readings in history, in humanities, social sciences, and they inform me in terms of even how to properly situate the innovations that I design, and I'm talking about technical scientific innovations. I'm able to situate them properly within the larger context of society and within the larger context of development. And I'm talking about economic development here. So it's extremely valuable. It's extremely profiting to the students to be able to get those fundamental knowledge of the general education program. So in the unified framework that I'm proposing here, again, given the context of the global disruptions, be it public health disruptions through the pandemic or the food need of the global population, the limited resources that we have, the war going on between Russia and the Ukraine, I think that all of these events or forces are acting together to be able to, I would say, prod or even incite people to become innovative. And again, being innovative means to be a value creator, because that's really the best way by which you can respond to all of these cataclysmic forces that are acting on us today. And again, this is not limited to technical and scientific inventions or values, because these disruptions that are happening now are not only impacting societies in terms of not only in terms of technical needs, but in terms of social needs. For instance, the COVID pandemic has really, for instance, in New York City, this is a fact, it's well documented, it has really created an epidemic in a way of mental illness, particularly among those in the homeless category. And the number of homeless people in New York has definitely increased significantly because of and since the start of the pandemic. And I'm sure in many cities, in many countries around the world, you will encounter the same or very similar challenges. And again, these are not necessarily technical or physical challenges, but psychological and social and so on and so forth. So again, by having this culture of value creation, this culture of innovation, or this value or this virtue, if you will, somebody used the word virtue. If we can instill in general education the imbuing, the impartation of value or virtue to create value, which is innovation, again, be it social value, cultural value, technical value, I think that would be really not only important, but indispensable in a society, in a country, a nation, to be able to adapt to all of these cataclysmic disruptions that are going on at the present time, and I'm sure will continue into the future.
Okay, thank you. I think we have Dr. Nemenzo here already and also Dr. Bustos. So again, I'd like to ask our participants to comment on also on the presentations of Dr. Nemenzo and Dr. Bustos. Dr. Bustos, may I know if you're ready to continue what you were saying earlier about the GE education still being important in the tertiary level and not really, putting everything at the basic ed level?
Yeah. Well, I was saying earlier that definitely we are not ready to put GE in basic education. I mean, just the resources, the lack of teachers to do that.
Ma'am Therese, sorry, you're breaking up. May I suggest perhaps you can just
So,
type in the chat, ma'am?
find a
Sorry. Ma'am Therese.
yes, we are. However,
Yeah,
okay,
if you can
are you
hear
able
me,
to hear?
yeah, but you're breaking up, Ma'am Therese. So maybe may I suggest you can write in the chat your response to this question. Is that okay? Can you hear me? Okay, so let's okay. Thank you. So I think Dr. Nemenzo is here also. May I just check, Dr. Nemenzo, if your connection is all right? Okay, so maybe. All right, let me just recognize the comments now on the chat. So we have here from Melania Flores. So lumalabas sa talakayan na bumabalik sa usapin ng filosofiya at o tunguhin ng GE program. Ang diskurso sa filosofiya ng GE program ang nawala sa revised GE program at hybrid na nakatutok sa kurikular na pagbabago bilang ng unit at mga usaping pedagogical. I guess we have to have further discussion on this because right now we do have, as AVP Alisa mentioned in the history of the GE program earlier, we've had we've gone from a prescribed model to a cafeteria model to a hybrid model and then back to I suppose a modified hybrid model where there are some GE courses that are prescribed and then students are allowed to actually choose some GE electives depending on the design of their curricular program. Okay, and then Antonio Villasor wrote here that he agrees with Dr. Coelho and the other speakers about learning the GE subjects into interdisciplinary subjects is very important in enriching. I guess that's also part of the challenge. No? So how do we design our GE courses so that really it becomes interconnected, no? And so that therefore our whole GE program will have coherence in the design. So their experience as value creation or transfer is through teaching. So teaching to think with values is much qualitative than just learning from the GE course as we acquired first in the undergrad and grad studies. So teaching is deepening and transferring values more effectively today. Okay, and Portia Padilla reacted to the post of Melania Flores. No? So anumang panahon, VUCA man o hindi, maganda pong pag-usapan natin at balikan ang filosofiya, tunguhin at layunin ng programa bago pumunta sa usapin ng bilang ng unit. Okay. So let me just check our Slido link to see. And then again, Ma'am Therese, if you can put in your comments or response to the questions sa chat. Okay, I'm just checking our Slido link for questions. Okay.
Actually, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, please.
Right. So with the current general education program that UP is implementing, how do you assess it? I'm getting the vibe that there seems to be a sense that what you currently have doesn't seem to be quite adequate. for the students. How do you arrive at that conclusion? What assessments or diagnostic tools do you implement to be able to assess it?
Right. We actually have, because we had the revised G program in 2018, which is what is being what we're having an exchange of in the chat box. And in that revised G program, there was a change in the number of units of the G courses. And part of the framework of that revised G program was to establish a technical working group on the G program evaluation and its implementation. So right now, there's this G program evaluation that we've done for students to answer a survey about the G program that they're going through. We started this last year, and we've done this for 2 academic years already. But prior to this, prior to the survey, student survey on the G program, focus group discussions were also conducted right after the implementation of the revised G program was done in 2018.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, so what do you, I suppose it's connected, no, Prof. Coelho, so but I'm also asking our audience what they think about the
Yes.
4 pillars of learning that Dr. Bustos shared, and perhaps share with us in the chat maybe, or even in Slido, how they're implementing this in their G courses. So the 4 pillars that Dr. Bustos shared was to know, to do, to live together, and to be. And there's actually a question in the chat if there's a way to work with the Pahinungod program, how to integrate this in the G course offering that they're having. And I suppose that will tie up with Dr. Nemenzo's point on, you know, not just the strengthening our G program also includes the soft skills, no? So how do we strengthen our G program so that the soft skills is there as well, not just the knowledge and the skills that we get from the G program. Okay, so maybe I'd like to open the floor. If there's, you can raise your hand if you wish to speak, so that we have time for the Q&A. If you wish to speak and comment on the presentations of our speakers, or maybe raise questions. Or any of our perhaps other moderators, if they'd like to share their thoughts. Okay.
Actually, I'd like to, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear from the keynote speaker what his thoughts are regarding general education. Could we do that?
Yeah, sure. I think Prof. Jimmy, yeah, you maybe, sir, you want to share your thoughts on the general education based on the discussions. Doc Jimmy, can you hear me all right?
Yes, okay, yeah.
Yeah, thank you po.
I've just been listening and listening to the exchange of views, etc. You know, I want to say something about. Well, this is not original. I am taking this from a certain writer. His name, I've never really met him. I've only read an essay from him. I don't know if you know him at all. The writer is Sven, S-V-E-N. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sven Birkerts, B-I-R-K-E-R-T-S. Sven Birkerts. He says, and I quote him. I think it's a very serious observation by this person, Sven Birkerts, because his experience is teaching, his experience in teaching at his university is that the students have lost the habit of reading. Students have lost the habit of reading. He says, students find reading an irksome discipline because they are much distracted. Students today are much distracted. They are distracted by high tech. It's a high tech distraction. We are rapidly, he says, we are rapidly, right now, we are rapidly and remorselessly leaving behind the age of the book, the age of print, and we are entering upon something that might be labeled the media age, not the age of the book, but the media age. There is a found cultural shift that has occurred, the shift from print as a cognitive base to one shaped by a range of electronic media, a massive collective rewiring of the brain of consciousness is underway. There is an underrating of the written word. There is something has changed in the cognitive makeup of students, their fundamental relation to the world and to history. There is a whole new set of aptitudes and responses, an altered dispositional alignment. The more they are restless in posture and demeanor, at the same time, they seem blanker, shallower, more than their predecessors. The extent to which they're cut off from the past, from an encompassing sense of history, is startling. They're apparently without the kinds of context required that they have lost, required for any extensive exchange of ideas. They lack a working knowledge of ideas and philosophies. They have lost the feeling for language as a living, supple, delighting, and generative entity. No fiddling with curricula is going to restore these things. They have lost the habit of reading. Not reading for school, not reading, but the serious, private, self-generated interaction with books that turn from the main path toward inner cultivation of consciousness. For reading is a stillness, absorption, forging and sustaining of mental perspectives. It is active, difficult. Reading opens up density and diversity. To read is to situate oneself in some relation to a heritage. Reading keeps the language alive in us, in our consciousness. A feeling. Reading is not just words and words, but a feeling for the syntactic masonry required by the difficult need for expression in writing. Will the world be different if people stop reading? Very likely the world will again be flat. That's what he says. Yeah, the sense for language. That's what we have to develop in our students, the sense for language, whether it is Tagalog or English or Spanish. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Doc Jimmy, for that really. Reading is very important. And yeah, sabi nga ni Ma'am Pat, not just for students. Nawala, Sven's comments now would apply not only to students. So, emphasizing the need, the importance, no, of reading. So I've requested our speakers to just chat, no, because they're really having connectivity problems. Okay, and then again, I just want to recognize the comments here in the chat coming from Melania Flores again, no? So she's connecting the work being done by Prof. Bustos with the example made by Prof. Cuello. So pagbati sa mahusay na halimbawa ni Prof. Bustos hinggil sa ating graduates na nagpapalakas ng katangian tungo, I'm not sure if this is katangian or katagian tungo sa serbisyo publiko. Batay sa panayam ni Dr. Cuello, binanggit na halimbawa ng value creation ang pop culture o Korean Wave at surrenderies ng Farmers Association ng Leyte. So she says that this is problemado ang mga halimbawang ito dahil ipinapakita lamang ng kahalagahan ng malalim na kaalaman, mga teorya, talakayan sa lipunan at panlipunang pagbabago. I suppose there's a challenge also to provide, no, examples. Okay, and then Liza Marie Oligario comments that the 4 pillars, no, gave examples, no, on the 4 pillars. So learning to do is the importance of problem posing, problem-based, project-based pedagogy. And learning to live together is the need to have collaborative activities in the instructional design. So this is, I suppose, connected to also a way of strengthening our G program as cited by Dr. Nemenzo. And then learning to learn, Liza Marie Oligario adds, no, is the focus of courses is on the development of skills that apply the concepts and not just the concepts. And then learning to be is developed through reflections and highlighting the contributions of the students using their strengths. This is to answer the question, what is done in the classes to target the 4 pillars, no, of learning. Thank you, Dr. Oligario, for sharing those specific or elaboration on the 4 pillars of learning. She further adds that inclusion of research and active citizenship activities and requirements are also being done. Dr. Silvestre, Maria Patricia Silvestre, shares that while she agrees that value creation is of paramount importance, the first step, knowledge assimilation, is equally important as this fills a gap. We need GE faculty who can fuse value creation with knowledge assimilation right at the onset. So thanks for the insights. I wonder, Prof. Cuello, are there like, you know, the GE faculty in the University of Arizona, do they, how do they get chosen, or do they undergo a certain workshop or something?
Actually, I don't know. I don't interact with them because I don't teach a GE course. I've been here at the University of Arizona for 27 years. The first 10 years, I offered a general education course, which of course is a science-based course. But that's the extent of my involvement with the general education program at the University of Arizona. In other words, I haven't been involved in it for over 10 years now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So,
but can I ask you a question about one of the comments that you read? If I understand it correctly, or if I heard it correctly, she was considering the examples that I gave as problematic. but I
Yes.
didn't understand why. What's the reason why they are problematic?
Let me just go back to the thread. I suppose because she's mentioning that ipinapakita lamang ng kahalagahan na malalim na kaalaman ng mga teorya. So I suppose it's very in terms of application, and therefore the holistic view for value creation.
Okay, I
But-
mean, there's nothing theoretical about it because the Korean wave is an actual thing. And the formation of those farmers associations in Leyte actually happened and are still happening. So there's nothing theoretical about it.
Yeah, but I guess the other concern is that it's an actual thing, but what is the cause of it? What drives it? So
Yeah, so the one in Leyte, of course, is the reintegration of members of the National People's Army who were living on the mountains around Leyte to come back to the fold of the government. So the incentive is peace. How do you establish peace between the NPA members and the government and the citizenry? And that was one way is to okay, one thing that I found out is that those members of the NPA on the mountains, they were hungry a lot of times. And they have families, they have kids, and their kids were growing hungry. So they had incentive to come back to the fold of the government, but they're kind of waiting as well for the government to welcome them back. And so Leyte, at least through the government of Leyte, they took the initiative to entice them and to invite them to come back to the fold of the government, again, with the promise of helping them to organize them into these farmers associations or cooperatives and provide them with the tools that they need so that they could become independent and self-reliant within their community. And that's precisely what happened.
yeah, I suppose that it also becomes a challenge to really address the root cause of all of this, right? So that will take some, that will take some deep thinking.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that's
also.
part of it, yes.
Right. Okay, let me just read again the chat, and then I will ask Gerard Eusebio, who's raising his hand. Maybe he wants to comment. So here's sharing from Zenaida Ashburn. It will take a creative and ingenious teacher to keep the attention and interest of students today, whose attentions are shorter and focused on online games or messages in their Twitter, Instagram, or FB accounts. I guess related to what Doc Jimmy was saying, the other challenge is really how do we, promote reading in our Z, the Gen Z, Generation Z today. And then Prof. Benny Pacheco, while we're on general education, I imagine that so-called extracurricular students may well be integrated as their co-curricular activities through the general education program. So this is also connected to a question posed to Dr. Bustos, which is there a way to possibly integrate the NSTP course offerings of the university with the Pahinugod programs that are being undertaken? So in addition to that, or complementary to that, Prof. Benny Pacheco is saying that maybe these extracurricular activities of students can actually be co-curricular activities, and therefore therein lies again the design. So how do we design our G program so that these are all integrated, and therefore there will be coherence? And Ma'am Pat Rito is saying our students will do as we will do. Okay. All right, so thank you for sharing the source of the quote from Doc Jimmy. So Ma'am Ana Melinda Lontok shared the book, Changing the Subject, Art and Attention in the Internet Age by Sven Birkerts. So may I now recognize Gerard Eusebio. He's raising his hand, please. Go ahead.
Hello, good morning. I hope my audio is clear.
Yes,
My
yes.
name is Gerard Isabel from the UPLB Department of Humanities. I teach Arts 1. I'm actually the GE coordinator for Arts 1 in UPLB. Thank you for the great insights in the talks that we heard earlier. Thank you to our guests. I would like to ask a question. Actually, it's for anyone to answer, but I would like to preface it first by sharing with you the experience, the observations I've seen over the past week on Twitter. So I'm a millennial, but I'm also a creature of the internet. And over the past week, I've seen a lot of posts gaining traction from students talking about how unnecessary GE courses are. And this one particularly from a med student, so I assume the student has already graduated from college, was talking about how unnecessary a subject or a course on Rizal is in college, since they've already talked about that in high school. And I've seen lots of similar posts gaining traction, gaining a lot of likes. And of course, there are faculty who would retweet it, quote retweet it, and defend the reasons behind having a GE course, a suite of GE courses. In UP, we call it the GE program. So my question now is, how do we campaign even further for the GE program? Because in this conference, I would assume all of us already kind of know the value and importance, at least most of us. So from the classroom level to the national, and this is in light of talks too about lowering the number of required units or doing away with it completely in college. So I would like to ask anyone here would like to answer, how do we campaign even further for the GE program, both from the classroom level all the way to the national? Thank you.
Okay, anyone would like to take on that question of Gerard Eusebio?
Well, I can hazard to provide an answer to that based on my presentation, and to be able to persuade everybody to really stick to the general education and to keep it, the general education program. You have to provide the value. So what is the value of the general education program? Again, the usual things: critical thinking, higher thinking, decision-making, understanding different fields, culture, languages, and so on and so forth. But it seems that these are the common deliverables or outcomes that are being presented, and some are not so convinced. So one could try something new, and that is by presenting general education as a means to foster that virtue of value creation in students. So that the students are not just assimilating random knowledge, but they are integrating them, they're integrating their learning so that they're able to create new knowledge, and that they use that new knowledge toward knowledge-based value creation. I think that's quite an argument to make.
Mhm. Okay, thank you, Prof. Coelho. May I know if anyone would like to add to that? Anyone from, not necessarily from our panel, or maybe you can also just put in the chat your response to the question posed by Gerard. Doc Jimmy, yes, you wanted to say something,
Yeah.
please?
You know, I would like to emphasize the fact that no education will succeed. No education, whether liberal or general education, will be successful with students unless we are able to develop, to inspire the students to develop the habit of reading. Unless you are able to do that, general education will never succeed. If students do not have any love for reading, because it is only reading that will shape your consciousness of what is real, what is true, what is right, what is just. The habit of reading has to be cultivated in college. Without the habit of reading, general education will fail, because we have to deepen the personal sense for language. The sense for language is the most basic of all. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. That's Doc Jimmy's response to Gerard. Maybe I can recognize Odine Maria de Guzman. She's raising her hand. And then, yes, please, Ma'am Odine.
Nakamute po.
Okay, I can hear
Thank
you.
you. Oh, all right. Thank you, and hello to all the participants of the GE conference. If I may just share my thoughts on the question of the GE. I think similar to what Lani mentioned earlier about going back to the philosophy of GE. The other thing that I think we should, like try to reevaluate when we teach our students and when we design our programs is to make it clear, why do we study or why do we get educated in the first place? I think one of the challenges for courses like GE is found there. For instance, like as mentioned by our colleague earlier on what he read in Twitter about a medical student talking about the unnecessary, and the unnecessary GE that she had or he had. Like I think because when sometimes, like we miss the fact of why do we get educated. I think, like we study many times, we think that we study or get a college degree so that we can get employment. And so in that kind of thinking, many times people think that as soon as you get a college degree, you automatically should be able to get a job and you should be qualified for the job, no? So I think merong konting disconnect in, like yung skills. Kasi kuminsan, ang tingin din natin sa education, very utilitarian. Yung mga skills lang na na-acquire natin to do things. And I think this is the other reason why, like Professor Bustos' recollection of the Delecross, like 4 pillars of education is important. Because every time we study, we should always remember that, like itong idea ng 4 pillars na to are all interconnected. We learn, we study, like to learn how to do, diba? To think, then to do, then to live with others, and so on and so forth. Pero kasi many times, like in the Philippines, and I think this is also the reason for our diploma meal. Alam naman natin ating mga diploma meal. Very utilitarian tingin natin sa education eh. Basta karon kang college diploma nga, dapat meron kang skills to do the work. And ang tingin natin, yung education is only a bridge to doing the work. Not really, like being educated to basically just know things and then learning to do things sort of independently. Na ma-apply natin yung learning natin sa ibang subjects in other fields of life, no? And then yung mga importante, like learning to live with others, looks at, for instance, understanding other people, like being compassionate, like learning to be goes back to our sense of what does it mean to be human. So kung pwede ko rin i-plug yung aming course na English literature, I think makikita natin sa literary courses lahat ito parang sama-sama, no? But I just wanted to say, like that siguro nami-miss lang natin palagi yung philosophy natin behind education and learning. So lagi siyang nauuwi sa skills development in the sense of utilitarianness, no? So siguro dapat i-remind natin yung mga estudyante natin na ang pag-aaral at ang pagpasok sa eskwelahan ay hindi lamang para, like magkaroon ng trabaho, kundi para magkaroon ng mas malawakang kaalaman. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ma'am Odine. There you go. So in response to Gerard's post question on how can we promote the G program. Now for the last few minutes of this session, I'd like to just go over the chat, recognize the comments on the chat from VC Payungayong. There's a question for Prof. Coelho, so I suppose this is somewhat connected to the example also earlier. How do you integrate the issue of inequality in the framework that you shared? Because in all levels of knowledge, inequality persists. So even in the need for higher food production, there is plenty for the few, but so little for the many.
Right. So one way to look into it is to consider achieving equality or more equality as the value that you want to produce. So you have that knowledge assimilation, knowledge creation, value creation. And so you can design that so that the value that you want to produce is greater equality in whatever endeavor it is that you would like that to be achieved, or what context.
Yeah, I suppose that will go into the design already, of the program. And it's important that when the program is designed, all stakeholders really have something to say or contribute so that everything is well considered.
Right.
Okay, so let me just go through some of the points. Thank you very much to our participants for sharing their thoughts here in the chat box. So, okay, just reading this. So we have just a few more minutes for this session. From Glesy Atienza, magandang itulak ang learning to live together tungo sa learning to create and live together. Mahalaga ang konsepto ng tiwala at dangal sa paglahok sa paglikha mula sa sariling diwa at tungo sa pagtugon sa kagyat na pangangailangan. And Ma'am Lani Flores elaborated that related to her earlier comment, malinaw ang tiyak na perspective ni Dr. Coelho sa pagbigay ng mga halimbawa, Korean Wave at Pop Culture at Surrenderist Program at Counterinsurgency Programs, bukod sa matinding pinagmulan ng bilyong korupsyon ng burokrasya ng militar, sa ngayong panahon ng disinformation, malawakang human rights violation, mahalaga ang tools of analysis para makapagsuri ang mga mag-aaral sa kanilang lipunan, makapagpasya at makakilos na may hustisya. Okay, so I guess that's also one way to strengthen our GE program. Dr. Oligario shares that there's a feedback coming from the students that there are courses that are still taught behavioristically, memorization focused, and test driven. So there's a need to make the courses more relevant. So that's a challenge to our GE faculty, she gave us an example, for example, the comment on result courses, they're very significant, but need to be felt by the students through discussion. What is the relevance of the ideas of result to the current social political climate? Okay. So thank you all to those who shared the chat. I think I will not have time to recognize all of this. We also have questions that we've received in Slido, because our two plenary speakers were having connectivity problems. So what we will do is to share these questions with them, and we'll be sure to share a transcript of their responses on the event website together with the recording of the plenary presentations. But maybe I can recognize one more participant who was raising their hand, Dr. Malay, before we close this plenary session. Dr. Malay, please. Or maybe... May I know if...
Sorry, that was just an accident.
Okay.
Sorry,
Sige.
sorry.
All right. Thank you po. Salamat. Okay. Yeah, so thank you so much for all the entries here in the chat. No, so just keep it coming. We'll be sharing this. We'll put it all together and share it on the website. So at this point, we'd like to thank our plenary speakers and present them with the certificate of appreciation. So may I invite Ma'am Sinch, VP Bautista, to present with me the certificate of appreciation for our plenary speakers. And may I request our technical support to share the certificate. So this certificate of appreciation is awarded to Joel L. Coelho. We are grateful, in grateful recognition, sorry, medyo lalakihan ko, sorry. In grateful recognition for the invaluable contribution as a plenary speaker for plenary session 1, national and global context of the UP System General Education Conference, given this 3rd day of October 2022 via Zoom. Signed the VP Bautista and yours truly. Thank you, Prof. Coelho. The same certificate is presented to, a certificate of appreciation is presented to Dr. Fidel Nemenzo, Dr. Marie Therese Angeline P. Bustos, and Dr. Fidel P. Nemenzo. So that ends our plenary session. Thank you so much again to our plenary speakers and to our participants who have been exchanging with us through chat and through Slido. I turn over the screen now to our Master of Ceremonies, Dr. Molyanko, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir Mo, sorry, no audio. No audio.
Can we turn off the music?
Yeah, can we turn off the music so we can, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, okay,
Yes.
please. Thank
Kasi
you.
Zoom is like that. If one audio is on, you cannot hear somebody else.
Yeah.
Bago niyang development yan. So no music, please.
Thank you. Sir Mo, please.
All right, so I was just saying, expressing my gratitude to the panelists for the first plenary session. Again, our grateful appreciation to Professor Coelho, Professor Nemenzo, and Professor Bustos, and the panel was moderated by Professor Amor. And at this point, that is already the first half of the day 1 of our conference. At this point, I think we'd like to make some announcements. Can we now ask the tech team to show us the announcements for this afternoon's session? All right, so take note that our after the plenary session, we will have our lunch break, and then we will resume the second half of the conference today at 1:30. So please join 5 minutes before 1:30 for the start of the panel sessions. There will be 7 simultaneous panels, and then we'll need to go back. I think this is not 4:30. This is the end of our day 1 already. You need to come back 2:55 to the main room for the start of our plenary session 2. Do we have any more announcements from the tech team?
I think
I'm sorry, is that an error? Are we supposed to return for the plenary at 4:30 p.m.?
No, ma'am, that's an error. We need to come back at 2:55. That's
Okay.
conclusion of the first panel session.
Okay, thank you.
we'll also post the reminders sa Doc Mo sa chat 10, diba? Maybe also the breakout room, how to join the breakout rooms.
Yes. So mamaya po, mayroon po tayong mga breakout sessions and the breakout rooms will open at 1:30. So please rejoin Zoom 5 minutes before 1:30. We're currently 317 here at Zoom. I think it is time for us to have a photo opportunity while everyone is still around, especially our panel of speakers for the first plenary and our keynote speaker, national artist Hemino Abad. So can I request everybody to please turn on their cameras? At magandang umaga po din, magandang tanghali no, sa iba't iba nating mga kasama mula sa iba't ibang mga UP campuses at miyembro ng pamunuan ng universidad. So let's just wait for a few seconds for them to turn on their cameras, and then we'll wait for the signal of our tech team para sa pagkuha ng photos. We're waiting for...
Medyo freeze lang po yung ating Smile kasi 8 pages po lahat.
Okay. All right. So manatili po kayong nakangiti for the photos. Can we have a cue from the tech team kung nasaang page ka na?
Okay po, I'll count na lang po. Pansin ko lang hindi flattering yung ating maroon background. Hindi tayo maganda.
Wala na tayong magagawa.
Okay po, smile lang po. 1, 2, 3. Next page po. Hold your smiles. 1, 2, 3. Next page. Hold your smiles. 1, 2, 3. Next page. Smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next page. Hold your smiles. Last page na po. 1, 2, 3. Okay na po. Thank you po.
Okay, maraming salamat.
See you later.
Happy lunch po.
Happy lunch, and we'll see you again at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Same link. Same link, please.
Same link.
right, magandang hapon pong muli sa ating lahat. There are 76 of us who are here at Zoom. I would just like to announce that after this announcement, we will have a 10-minute countdown before the opening of the breakout sessions, where we'll have the parallel sessions, and there are 7 panel sessions. You need to identify which one you will attend in once we open the breakout rooms at 1:30. And then the breakout rooms will and the sessions will end by 2:55. We need to go back to the main Zoom meeting room in time for the plenary session number 2, which will feature the talks of Professor Emeritus Dalisay, Professor Emeritus Tan, and Attorney Ruben Carranza. And the session will be moderated by Professor Isip Tan. So muli, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, at hopefully we will enjoy our parallel sessions this afternoon. Maraming salamat po, and see you again in a little while.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. The breakout rooms are now open, so you can join the session that you'd like to join. And the slides on the screen show the sessions that are that will be going on in each of the rooms of the parallel session. So do please join the breakout room of your choice. And we come back to the main room at 2:55. Thank you. good afternoon again, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. The breakout rooms are now open. Do please join the room where you'd like to, join the session. Join the room of the session that you wish to join now. So it will be, the parallel sessions will be starting now at 1:30. So you can find the agenda and the list of parallel session at the event website. And you can also find it here looping in the main room. So do please join our parallel sessions in the breakout rooms. Thank you.